Something's wrong. Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal, and trying to see if everything's working right here. It looks as though it is. Yeah. Okay, great. Well, non-farm payroll out this morning, so that's the hot news of the day. We're looking at a gap open. This is my virtual trading journal, as I said. It is. I'm not licensed to provide trade or financial advice, and there's a disclaimer in the description. However, I do trade live every day. If I have a vetted trade presents itself, I trade live every day, and it's with a funded account funded by my own money. Futures, I focus on the ES, the MES, and sometimes the NASDAQ. Seems like there's some issue going on here, and I'm trying to figure out what it is with the stream. Let me see what's going on. OBS is streaming, but I'm not sure whether YouTube is picking it up or not. Let's see if it changes over here. Looks to me like it is, but it's a pretty big delay. Well, anyway. Yeah, I trade live, and I trade a fully funded account, and that is, here you can see the overnight, absolutely nothing. Everybody was holding their breath, waiting. We had an overnight range of about 54 to, well, now up here, but 54 until 70. So 66 or 16 handles wide all night, and then we got the non-farm payroll here at 07:30 this morning. And we continue to gap up. This is previous RTH high, and that's where I work gaps previous range to open. So there you go. Anyway, let's get on with the numbers, which are important. And that was the that's the whole enchilada today. Here we are. Unemployment rate, private non-farm payroll, the big one, non-farm payroll right here. Now, previous was 56, forecast at 66, and came in at 50. Unfortunately, this is being put out by the new Bureau of Labor Statistics, and there's a lot of skepticism around the authenticity of these numbers. So just take them for what they are. The effect they had on the market is the effect they had on the market. So, and on the auction. So that's what it is. Whether those are real or not, and the economy's in that shape or not, that's a different story. Kind of hard to believe. First of all, I find that such a big forecast very suspicious. 20,000 drawdown. And then a 6,000 improvement over December. I'm not sure how that plays out historically. I'd have to look, and I have not, and I'm going to just plow on here. So this is investing.com. This is my go-to news source, and where I prefer this format to do screen captures and post in Discord or whatever. You can filter it for any time zone or reporting that you want. It's free. You can certainly pay for it if you want to, as they continually remind you everywhere. But my theory is to keep things as accessible to anybody that might pass through the stream here as possible. Investing.com also only reports real, normal, expected, traditional economic news and reports and numbers. Okay. And you can look at earnings and dividends and next week, this week, whatever you want. The second source I have is the Financial Juice, which is a newer, it's newer to me anyway. They have a similar service. You can filter it, of course. And it's free. The one I show here is free. You can pay again. This is their docket or their calendar, and I don't like the presentation of it as well, especially for screen snaps or putting in Discord or something. That black and I can change all that, of course, but this is the way I have it. One thing I really appreciate about the Financial Juice is they put in as they become apparent or scheduled, they add these non-economic release numbers or data or news points to their calendar, which is really helpful because especially now when we have possibility of unexpected, risk event. And it's like right here, Trump's going to have a speech or a meeting with oil people at 1300. Well, you can imagine that there will be some news questions, cameras, microphones, and who knows what might be said there, which can have a big effect on the market. So that's really great that they put that in, and that you'll never see that in investing.com. We have the Michigan numbers out at 9 o'clock too, by the way, which is another big one. So be on alert for those. Okay, so here we are. There we have the numbers, and let's get on with the pre-market, which is pretty slam dunkish, I guess you could say. Well, yesterday's RTH session, today's overnight. This is the current session where we are now, and here we're trading up here. So we are going to be opening in a gap up, very definitely, a gap situation, substantially, unless they work some kind of magic in the next 15 minutes and come back down to this area here, which I kind of doubt, but you never know. The high is at the previous RTH high is at 69.77.75, and we're at 84.75. So it's not out of the realm of possibility, but I would say we're going to probably open in a gap up situation. These are my, I have this 4-screen configuration for both the micro and the mini. I hadn't even opened that yet. Oops, behind the curve today. And here we are. So I'm trading currently on my live account via Bookmap the micros, and I'll explain why in a while. But anyway, suffice to say, these are the micros. This is the micro ES in Q, micro ES high time frame or micro composite chart, and this is the market profile chart, and it is for the ES, the mini. I don't switch back and forth between the micros. It's not important, I don't think. I don't trade with this. I just use it for reference. Fairly good volume so far. And so the micro composite is, first of all, let me point out that any of my IRT charting, any question at all, you can look at the header, and there's the instrument, the periodicity, the chart type, and the session is displayed here. This is here we go. This is a, get out of here. I hate that damn toolbar, and it keeps popping around. This is a micro ES. It's a 12-tick Renko. It's the full session currently, and I'll change that to the RTH session pretty quick. So you can see that in any of these chart headings, if that's ever a question for you. And if anybody would, is using IRT and wants to have a copy, any of this charting, just let me know in the chat, and I will. I'm happy to share the definitions. Not can't imagine, but anyway, no problem. Micro composite chart. This is my higher time frame view. RTH session only. Daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. That generates a micro composite VPOC, and these high and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines in through there. Those levels, the high and low volume nodes, are pushed to a book map, as are the session prices from IRT. These high, low, POC, etc., I enter manually, which takes us to book map. And here we go. Well, there you see the overnight. Here's Blue Boy. This is just a vertical line. Boop. That I slap on the first print of each session. You can see, there they are. There's RTH, ETH, RTH, etc. And that's just a visual cue for me when I glance left. If I see that line, I know I have the entire session in view, and that's that's the object. I want to have a complete and firm understanding of context as where we stand so far. Here you see non-farm payroll at 7:30, and there you have it. So these columns this is the order book, the dome, and the ladder, whatever you want to call it, session prices, and resting liquidity at every level. This is the micro composite column where I manually enter these values in here. There's a global high or global low, the micro composite low for this gap open, because I recognize that there's a 77.75 is the, and we got to go up one more tick. That's what I thought. That is the previous RTH high. Now let me say something about the gaps right now. And you see that they're going to close that gap pretty quick, in my opinion. My gap works this way. Previous RTH range, so it would be high, that's why I put this in here already, to the current RTH session open. And now we touched that gap, closed it for a brief second here, and now we're going back up again. So where we're going to open, who the hell knows? This is the volume, high and low volume nodes of flags. Full session volume profile. Started plotting at 1700 last night. We'll go through 1600 today. RTH volume profile, which will reset at 0830. This is the statistics and notes column, which is real important to me. And I'll touch back on that in a second. And these are the session prices, which have been plotting since 1700 on Sunday night and continuous through 1600 today. Anybody needs access to these. I'm happy to share it's a CSV file that I push to Google, and it's updated every 30 seconds. So I'm happy to share that. This is the heat map, or the chart of book map. I try to keep this whole system methodology as simple as possible. The KISS principle, right? I don't have any indicators on my book map or my charting. I don't have any complicated magic hocus pocus. This is price. These are session prices. They're based on market auction price levels and data. Excuse me 1 minute. Yeah, so there we are. All these levels are just normal price levels and probabilities. Should be no question. There's POC for both RTH and ETH. POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all. There's VWAP for the Globex, VWAP for the RTH session, and that's volume weighted average price, which is calculated. So I guess, technically you could say that's an indicator. And there's a mid, that's the middle. Pretty easy. The initial balance high and low, also not complicated. They are just, the names confuse people. It's just the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all there is to this. Now let's look at the statistics. The first thing I need to do is determine the open type. So if we are going to open, and the way you do that is, if we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous close? Well, it's higher right now than the close. And how would the open compare to the previous range? Well, it's now higher in range. So the first thing I will do at this point is change this to higher in range. And then we'll go look at the statistics and we'll clear this column because we're going to put in the new ones. There you go. The statistics are driven from or derived from this study in IRT. Very simple. Again, this was yesterday where we opened gap down. There are only 4 open types in the statistics study. Right now, we're higher in range. I'm sorry. Yes, we're higher in range right now. So the study looks back at the most recent 1,653 trading days. Of those days, we opened higher in range, 510 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 412 times, 80.8%. Overnight volume point of control. And that is all there is to it. Then I will just go down the list one at a time. The next is the mid, 74.7. So on. Now, because I'm a little behind here, I'm going to jump off this and do something that I do every morning at 8:20, and then I'll pick this back up. This is the TLab snap, which is, as you might imagine, what the hell is the TLab snap? Well, it is the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room. Started and continues to be maintained by a guy named Tom B, who you see why I journal this way, because I don't multitask with the shit. There you go. By Tom B. And this is the snap I do every morning at 8:20, and then every morning at a little before 6, I do the post the reports and numbers. So that's just kind of a tip of my hat to Tom, because I think he's trying to do a good job, and I believe that he's the real deal. He says he's a professional trader with 46 years experience. I think that's the truth. Obviously, I don't have any, audited broker statements or, you know what I mean? Anything like that. But at some point, you got to kind of believe somebody sometime. So I like his philosophies. There's, importantly to me at the time when I was active in there, you're never solicited for anything. And there's a good crew of people in there. So now Tom doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. It's a Discord room. He does do a stream for about an hour and a half in the morning, or I think it's 10:30 to 12. But it's a rear view mirror. So he goes back past, previous to the open, and then narrates across the morning trade, which has happened already. So if that's of interest, there you go. And I appreciate the fact that he's trying to do something good, and every day at 8:20 I make that snap. So that's the TLab story. Let's now look at something equally important before we open here. Wouldn't you imagine it a good idea if we could trade today? Hey, Panda, how are you? Yeah, just hold on there, baby girl. I got to do stuff here, and I'm behind the curve. The way you trade with Bookmap is you need to activate the trade control panel here by clicking that padlock. And then you select a method to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you select chart, the only place you can trade with the mouse is the active data column. Dome, the dome columns. And both is, as you might imagine, both of them. I use multi-brackets. I find them very convenient, and this is where the risk-neutral methodology is introduced to my trading. Excuse me. The smallest risk-neutral package you can trade with is a 2-lot. It must be an even number. Right there. Then you set a stop loss for the entire package, and you should have determined what this is long before this time, long before the market opened. This should be part of your homework, and the first thing that I recommend you base this criteria, or base this on, is your account margin parameters and requirements. That's your main objective as a trader, is to preserve your account and to grow it, obviously. So that's your first criteria. Then, what instrument are you trading? What's the volatility? What's the market like? You know what I mean? All those things. Once this is established, these two values are established, the first risk neutral scale is automatic. It's for half of the package. Remember, I said they needed to be even. And then the stop is for the target is for the same amount of ticks as the stop is negative. In other words, if 12 ticks positive, 12 ticks negative. And then there's the runner. And you can have it, let your conscience be your guide there. And most importantly, let your account be your guide. How you set up the rest of it. Now, notice that I have these all these metrics up here. You can turn these off and on. You don't have to have them there at all, or whichever ones you do want. And they are the same as here. I've selected a way to interact with the application with the mouse. I've selected the package size. And I don't need any of these other tools from the trade control panel, so I can click the padlock again. It remains green and unlocked. I get cancel all, close all, and I get my real estate back. Now, when we open, and we will not be opening in a gap anymore, we might actually be opening lower. Where the hell we're actually going to open lower in range, perhaps. Son of a bitch, they do that all the time. But anyway, so I had put this on here early this morning as a precaution, just getting ready. We're going to open in 4 minutes. I don't think they're going to jump up there again, but let's leave it. Previous RTH high is 77.75, so we're definitely below that. We're going to be opening lower in range here pretty quick, which means these statistics will change. God damn. I'm going to leave them as they are now. When we open, I'll come back and reapply. Notice that the POC has jumped up here now, so this needs to go up here because it's a live market, right? And yeah, what are you going to do? It's live. It's the market. It's what we're doing. And it's non-farm payroll morning, so be careful. Let me say one other thing about trading with Bookmap. You can trade with your mouse if you've set up the hotkeys in advance. Settings, keyboard shortcuts, instrument trading. These are the ones that I've set up. But bear in mind or be aware that you must have the focus of the operating system on the bookmap application for the hotkeys to work. If you're looking at IRT or something, Googling something, and you notice that there's an opportunity to trade and try doing your hotkeys, you're going to get no place in a hurry. So there you go. And that's symptomatic of any operating system, period. Linux is even that way. So there you go. All right, we're ready to trade. I think I'm up to speed, sort of, kind of, maybe. I hope I'm not rushing through this, but yeah, non-farm payroll. And I would suggest the market has determined, I think the market's pretty much determined or suspicious of the numbers. It's really a shame. Anyway, I want to be conspiratorial, however you say it. Jesus, the older I get, the less articulate I become. The vocabulary is still in there, but I use those words so infrequently, the pronunciation fails me. Okay, so we are ready to open. We've got our stuff set up. We're ready to trade. Should that be the case, I will not have a trade present itself. I only trade structured, vetted trades. The trades that I have vetted at this point are the initial balance high and low. So that will not be a thing until 9:30, remember? Okay, here's the previous high. We're definitely going to open lower in range. So I'm going to change that right now to lower in range. I think. Wait a minute. Where's the close? I don't see the close here. Hold on. I'm not going to make a statement until I find what happened to yesterday's close here. There it is. Well, we're still higher in range by a tick. Okay. That's magic. But hey, shit happens, right? So I can, through the course of the day, I'll apply the rest of the numbers. Shortly this morning. I just hate having to do that. Now we're lower in range, and we haven't opened yet. We're going to open in 30 seconds. Now it's higher in range. You see what I mean? I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to bitch and moan about the open, and then I'll reset all these things. One of the things I was going to point out is this value right here is whatever it is the IB high, and that will be the moment we open, this will change, and we have opened. So the second we've opened now, and I update IRT, this will change to the current levels. So this will no longer be here. And in a second, as soon as I do that, you'll see what I'm talking about. Full session. RTH session. RTH session. RTH session. There we go. What am I doing, you ask? I'm changing from full session to RTH session and all of these and saving it. Now I'm going to do the macro minis. This is how you do that with IRT. Pretty handy, huh? I've already changed. This one is always full session. This one I've already changed. Going to save those both. There we go. Back over here. Now, the reason I do that, first I get a good, here it's quite obvious where yesterday was, RTH, and here we are. So we are very definitely in range. There's no question about it. And we're higher in range because here was a close. Well, no, we're actually lower. Where did we open? That's what we'll look at now. And we'll do that over here. IRT will push the open. You see the IB low and the IB high. So this was whatever that was. I'm not even going to worry about the value at that point. So I'll start putting in a few of the levels here to try to kind of this is close. Now I can go through, because, let me try to explain as best I can. The statistics are, we're in a new trade, but the statistics have not changed for previous levels. And IRT very, graciously highlights the correct open type. And you notice how it changes the text color to blue? These represent levels which have already been revisited. So the mid was at 82.7, and the RTH mid was right there. And now you see it's because of how we opened, the difference in how we opened, it was 74. It was now 82.7 because of the open type. And we are lower in range up here. You see that? Jesus, they can't keep. And this is all based on those two criteria I pointed out earlier, the close and the range. These are not open types as you would think about them in terms of market profile, neutral extreme and neutral day and all that kind of thing. Day types. These are open types based on statistics. What else have we got going on here? Overnight mid. Previous close is 74.2, and that's right there. And yeah, these have already been taken. Why do I care? Because this is a permanent record. This is my journal, and when I go back and look at screen snaps or the stream, I want these to be accurate, and I'm not cheating in any way because these levels, the previous high was always there. The close was always there. It doesn't change. Overnight volume point of control, overnight mid, those things can change. Previous RTH high isn't going to go anywhere. 69.7 was this guy right over here. So that is 69.7. Okay, and I guess you understand why I put the initials there, because the minute we open, the IB high is now up here. So, there you go. Overnight low, 66.4. How low can you go? And I'm in no hurry here. Remember, my vetted trades are the initial balance trades, and I know that the initial balance is not a thing until 9:30. So I'm in no hurry to do anything. And that's one of the beautiful parts about trading a vetted system. When you have a vetted, predefined trades that that you've already established statistics for, nothing's a surprise. It's not hurry, scurry, and blurry. It's just, you can just trade them. You can anticipate as they start to set up, and if you get the trigger, you put on the trade. And if you don't get the trigger, guess what happens? You don't put on the trade. That simple. Where did previous high go? You're hiding from me over here. Boy, my eyes are getting crap. Previous high, 41.9. Well, we've taken that one out already. $41.9. All I'm doing is going down the list here and updating the values here. 41.9, previous RTH high, and that's been tagged. And you'll notice over here in a second that previous high is going to be tagged out somewhere here, right there. In a minute, that'll be tagged blue. What else we got here? I'm running out of keeping up. ETH high. The overnight high, the overnight low, overnight POC, overnight mid, previous close. Those are all values that are quite frequently revisited. 51.5, the overnight high. Those are all values that are revisited on a real frequent, high probability. Let me put it that way. So those are ones I typically look for. And I can't ever get on the right level. Okay, I've had it with that. Let's move on to the next. Let's move on to the next whiskey bar here. Well, never remember to get the open flag on there. All right, so we've gone through the numbers. We've talked about where we are. We see how we've opened. Oh boy, it's, we can't get enough. There's going to be some, I suppose, skullduggery afoot today. Today. And I hope everything's working right on the stream. Let's check. Okay, KBPS, no lags, no drop frames. Well, it said 508.04%. 0.4% were dropped. That's not good. But right now, YouTube Studio is saying that we're publishing in excellent. So there you go. Well, okay. Now what? Now what are they doing? Now why? Why is this? Boom, boom, boom. I don't know. This morning we are also, it's not on any docket any place, but the Supreme Court has declared this today to be a opinion day, meaning they will release opinions on several cases that they've been hearing. And the general expectation is that this Trump's ability to put tariffs, to apply tariffs or not, will be ruled on. If that happens, and they say he can't put on tariffs, I would say the market is going to go to all-time highs plus a bunch, because that's going to, I would think, be a huge move in the right direction for the market. Maybe not. And I'll be the first to say that I'm no genius about that stuff, but stop and think about it. I try to look at it vertical. Here's that vertical line. I'm going to put Blue Boy over here. That's close enough. Again, this is just a vertical line on the first print. So the open's right here. We did not have a gap open at all. In fact, we did open lower in range just by a tick or two right there. There's the previous close, and there's the open. So hocus pocus. They knock a bunch of people on their back foot and then turn on that retail soup blender. Okay, futures have been reset. Futures margins have been reset to normal. I put that in at 747. I can only speak per amp. I don't know about anybody else. But that's the case over there. I continually do that clear thing, cancel, because I have the other day, last week or earlier this week, I don't remember. It's all soup anymore. At the end of the day, I'm sitting here doing some stuff in the overnight or in the ETH, doing some homework, and I noticed that there's a resting order way down here. I was going, where the hell did that come from? Crazy. So I'm obviously, it probably came from me clicking. That's one of the real dangers of this column right here. If you accidentally click in there somewhere, you've got yourself an order or a trade on, whether you meant to or not. When I was first converting from keyboard trading to the mouse, I made a couple of mistakes here trying to move a target or something and got another order that I didn't want. So I only used the dome columns. But I continued on because I believe it's more accurate and faster to trade with your mouse here on the chart. So that's where I'm at and why. And what are they doing? Remember, we've got Michigan out at the top of the hour, so that can also be a market mover. And I would suppose that a lot of people are digesting the fact and questioning, as I do, how valid are the non-farm numbers now, anything coming out of Bureau of Labor Statistics, because of the heavy hand now that's been applied over there. And also we have down here, Michigan's up at 9. That's about it. 13 minutes. Here we go. What's happening over here? $1,300 is going to be a biggie. Let's see what Michigan has to say. Well, here we are. I'm just ticking over here with some of these levels. What is this yellow boy down here? Settlement? No, value very low. Okay, that's aligned. Now, one thing, if you care, that may be of interest, the developing value area high and low differ from the value area high and low this way. Developing is for the current auctioning session, and previous auctioning session is value area high and low. That's the reason I changed my RT charting from overnight or full session to RTH only after the open. To keep the previous session high and low aligned to yesterday's RTH. If I left it full session, the previous value area high and low would suddenly reflect the overnight or the ETH because it's the previous auction, right? Just common sense. Again, nothing mysterious, nothing magical. You do have to wear a wizard hat and have a magic wand, but, you know, other than that, it's pretty straightforward. And, of course, the real truth is behind the paywall. Yeah. I am really impressed with the people who are able to sell that kind of mentality and make good money on it, at it, with it, however you put it, whatever you say. Where are we with a volume at this point? Let's move this guy over here a little bit. There you go. What am I doing now on the screen? Let's see where we are now. 91% volume. That's pretty good. And the ATR is up around 5 1/4. This is the average true range for a 1 minute candle. So if you've got a 3-point stop, you might be thinking about that. So what did we do? Well, here we are. What a surprise. Open. 8 minutes till the Michigan numbers, and we're right back where we started. I'm trying something completely different on this vetted system this morning, just for the hell of it. Just for the hell of it. So Michigan is out in 4 minutes. Or something like that. Don't need to watch the report to see what it says, I don't think. We'll watch the reaction. Been doing a lot of experimenting with the during my homework sessions after the market. After the RTH is when I do all that stuff, evenings and mornings. You know, a lot of what if stuff. I'm going to look at something new today and have it run on the system to see what happens. Maybe a bad day to try that. But we'll see. Okay. Okie dokie. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. Remember, this is my live stream virtual journal. Everything that I see on my screens is captured in the video, and my voiceover here provides, what I'm thinking at the moment to the recording or to the stream. So by and large, I'm talking to myself. I'm trading live. This is my live AMP funded account, funded by me, my money. And this is IRT, my charting package. When we get around to it at about 9:30, because I'm trading the initial balance trades, I'll start talking about this system, which is applied to the live market today. And we'll trade, but we'll trade within the simulated IRT environment, because I don't have the finalized, what I feel to be the finalized or confidence in the system as it is to trade my money. So what I do now to forward test is when a trade is taken by the system and visualized on this chart on the live data today, I manually replicate that system or that trade over here. It's not so much the entries, obviously, that I'm worried about or that I am questioned with IRT, but the trade management after the fact. I had some early on, a month or so ago, I was using the portfolio on IRT, which is, you can trade live with IRT, but I noticed some behavior I didn't like at all. So I want to make sure that that's taken care of. And quite simply, I'm not trying to be cryptic. It was real simple. I entered a long on Bookmap. It reflected, a long of 2 lots. IRT recorded a short of 2 lots. When Bookmap, when the price traded up to T1, my first risk neutral target, it sold the contract as it should, and Bookmap and IRT logged it as short 3 instead of short 2. So quite obviously that's not at all what I had in mind. And I want to be sure that's not the case. Now, this quote page right here is a requirement within IRT. You must have a symbol in this quote page for it to send any trade to any broker outside of the system. And you select the account, the brokerage account here. Well, I've even got a note here to make sure I've selected simulated, which is internal. And I make sure that this quote page is here so that I can see there's no symbols in there. They remember my little spiel first thing in the morning here in the pre-market that your prime directive as a trader is to preserve your account. That's first. If you can't trade tomorrow, what the hell good is any of this, do you? So that's my focus, and that's why I'm doing exactly this. Now I trade live, fully transparent and accountable. That's why the stream is so long. I start every morning at 8 o'clock, and the stream runs continuously until 1500 cash close. No trades have ever been taken off the stream. None of that, you know. I'm in a big loser, and the stream closes, and the next day we open up. Well, yeah, I got back on and traded it up, but I made all that back last night. That used to be one of Matt's favorite ones. I almost emailed him once and said, dude, you know, everybody knows that that's just horseshit and bus tickets, so you shouldn't be doing that. But and he's gone on to be quite successful now. He's the front man for Apex, I believe. Good for him. Sure, he's making lots of money. And good for him. Good for him. Well, there wasn't much Michigan reaction there. Just a little bit of blurb right here. Oh, big release on a big release on the tariff story. They're not going to act on it today. I didn't see that. Harry just posted it over there in Static. Let's check. The hell am I? They are. Supreme Court will not rule in the Trump tariff case today. Well, I guess they haven't figured out who's going to get how much yet. Jesus, it's pretty pathetic, but that's exactly how I feel about most of this. Too bad. Well, there you go. So there's not going to be any big that would have been a real, you know, that will be a real earth shaker one way or the other. It will either be a big event. Well, I suppose it'll be a big event one way or the other. Well, that's one more brick in the wall, huh? Ooh, previous RTH low way down there. What's that stat? Let's look at that. What am I doing here? Am I talking to myself? No, I'm not. Okay, good for me. Okay, overnight low. Previous RTH low. That's what I'm looking for. Previous high. I don't even see a stat. Wait a minute. Something's got to be wrong. There we go. 52.2. There we are. Wow. Come on, Alice. Get up here. Karen or whatever you call them. There we go. The hell are you guys talking about? Well, it's a Friday. It's a something. It's something, that's for sure. Let's see what it is here. It's about 22C, 53F, if you care about any of that stuff. I have no idea what this is going to sound like. I'm trying different music stuff on this academic sound just for the hell of it. Am I plugged in? Doing everything? Yes, I would think so. Listening to a little Caribbean stuff this morning. I lived down there for a long time. A lot of fond memories about that. I don't hear any of this music in my office unless I put on a headset. So if it's not pleasant or too loud or something, let me know. And it's supposed to be ducking under the mic, but I don't see it doing that. I'll have to look at that over this weekend. Well, Rod and company have taken a few nice trades. Mean reversions. Rod posted that he took about an 83 down to the POC previous overnight. Mean reversion. Outside in. And now somebody's hopefully picked up an outside in on the other side. Now we are at, and I don't even think that's correct grammar. Now we are approaching 9:30, which is beginning to rear its ugly head for the non-farm payroll. Non-farm, Jesus Christ, I'm in its days. Initial balance trades. Wow. I better lay down quickly while this passes. Remember that the first, I approach trading as a statistical business based on probabilities in a basically random market. And that's because I subscribe to the theory of the most successful traders in the world, in history, in all time. you know, Jim Simons, Peter Thiel, not Thiel, that guy's a jerk. Anyway, you know, Mark Douglas, Tom the Trader, the best loser wins guy, everybody. It's Tom Sosnoff, Tudor Jones, Ray Dalio. Pick one. Any of those successful people, you can go review what they say or read what they've written, and you're going to discover that they've all realized that the market, the way to trade the market successfully is to trade identified, pre-vetted setups which have a positive expectancy and rely on the large numbers to manifest or to increase that expectancy, multiply that, you know, compound that expectancy to your bank account. So that's what I'm trying to do. That's the approach I follow. The first thing that you need to do is identify a setup or a pattern that occurs relatively frequently with specific rules. I was reading something up there in Statistical, sorry about that, with specific rules. So I've done so with the initial balance trades, which are, you know, we've already talked about the initial balance statistic and all those kind of things, but we'll go over that again. And what you do, you identify the trade, you identify the rules, and then you capture or you know, somehow through backtesting is what I do, you get a statistically significant data set of that setup and those rules and determine if it has an expectancy, positive expectancy or not. And then if it does, you take every instance of that presents itself in the live market, relying on the law of large numbers to manifest the percentage expectancy to your bank account. So there we go. Now, what is the initial balance upon which I base this? Okay. We talked about, I think I talked about that earlier, maybe. No. I hope. But the initial balance statistic, first of all, remember that it is not a statistic until 9:30. So, however, back to the statistics study, this is, you notice that the top most probable statistic to be achieved in any 4 of the days, going back 1,654 trading days or as far back as you want to go, is the initial balance trade, the initial balance statistic. And what that statistic is, simply says, in today's open type, there's a 98.4% probability that the IB high or the IB low will be revisited by price at some point in the RTH session today between 9:30 and 1600, period. That's all it says. And that's, you know, so there's a 1.6% probability that it will not be achieved. Think about that. It's not 100. And to be, as an example, about a month and a half ago, we had a Friday where we didn't achieve either one. Now, let's look at what's going on over here because it's kind of interesting at the moment. I hope I was on the right screen. Yeah, I am. Okay. Here we're trading up to it. It's 22, right? Is this going to be the statistic? Nope. It's not 9:30. The initial balance high will go up until 9:30 and it will go down until 9:30 with price. Right now, the initial balance high has just been elevated to here, just below the overnight high. That high volume node. No, this is a micro naked volume point of control from the 7th that hasn't been revisited. So our initial balance high is now up here. and it will be there until 9:30 or wherever it goes. So that's the first rule in my trade plan, and I use the term rule because that's how IRT defines them, as trading rules. Each one of these is a trading rule, and these are all required by the way I have determined the initial balance trades, of which there are two. One around the initial balance high, continuation or failure, and the initial balance low, continuation or failure. Real simple. And there are only three rules. And because I'm real imaginative, I have called those rules A, B, and trigger. Okay. Yeah, I give up. Here we go. We're still poking higher. We're going to achieve this overnight high, perhaps. 270 contracts laying there, and then we've got an overnight VPOC above us. Because everything is so wonderful. There's the overnight high. We're going to tag out the POC here in a second. And the initial balance high is now laying right up there with the overnight high. Everybody over in Statistics making money hand over fist here today. They're taking these mean reversion trades both ways and making money like crazy. Good for them. And we continue to push higher, looking for that all-time high, I suspect. Because hey, why not? Trump wants that to be the case, so let's give it to him, huh? My workflow here for these levels is to change this text from whatever color it is to black. When I know that that level's been revisited, that way it's not hot anymore in an RTH session. So let's look at the trading system now. And that's right. Oops, what am I doing here? That's right here. So the system's real simple. It's based on the initial balance high or the initial balance low. And then there's a continuation zone, pullback zone, pullback zone, continuation zone, and the trigger zone. Those will be what I'm looking for. I've got this set now to do a trail. So we're going to see how this trades compared to what I'm going to do on IRT, on Bookmap. Done quite a bit of testing over the night, and I'm convinced that that's a good thing. Oh boy, there's that all-time high. They're smelling it. You see that? They're sniffing this thing out up here. And not to rehash the old news, but the initial balance high is still pushing up. We have not, the statistic is not hot yet. So there you go. Let me point out that the flag, where'd it go? The flag and the indicator line are both driven by the same exact data that's pushed from IRT. The difference is it's not a bug, it's a known issue that the minimal refresh time I can set manually in IRT Cloud Note or in Bookmap Cloud Notes is a minute, and boys and girls that coded up this indicator over here have it set for less than that, I guess. So there you go. This is not an issue. This will catch up next time around. There we are. There is 9:30. The initial balance high is in play as of, or the initial balance trades, I should plural, are happening pretty quick now. The pullback and triggers and all those zones will materialize over here, as you can see they have been. And they will push automatically to Bookmap as they have done over here. So, looks like we're going to come up here and sniff around the IB high again, perhaps. Now, if we get one more up move through the IB, it would be an A signal. My trading system here differs from the basic statistic considered by most to be the initial balance, which is, in addition to price penetrating or tagging out the initial balance high, my system requires the previous bar to open, in the case of the high, open lower than the close. So in other words, price is moving in the direction of the initial balance, and there it is. That is an A, and there they go. And aren't we, Bob's your uncle. So the first criteria has been met. So what I need to do now that we're, getting close to something, perhaps anticipating a trade, is make sure that everything's set up. So there's the proper package, both. Nobody is, no orders are laying out there anywhere. Okay. I have no idea whether any of this stuff is going to be valid or not. I hear we're going to get a B signal here pretty quick. And then if we get a trigger, that will be indicating a short, which would not be something I think was the right thing to do today. I don't know, We'll see what happens. One interesting thing about trading this way with the systematically, or, using a system or a vetted trades, is that nothing's a big surprise. I'm waiting for the signals to happen, and then I'm going to make it. The difference now is that the system here in IRT will not make any discretion. This is all driven by the computer. I have no effect. How I transpose that to the live account and money that's where the wrinkles come in. So let's get this opened up properly here. There we go. It's 1 point wide now, or high, however you want to call it. And Blue Boy's on the job. What's the context? Up, isn't it? And I'm trying to figure out how to filter that properly. I'm trying everything I can think of to programmatically. Now we're going to get a B signal here, right there. That's B. That's a short. No trigger yet. And that B has gone away because the rule stipulates the low needs to be within this zone. And so I will follow the rules. Now is not the time to change your trade plan, your, anything to do with your systems. I don't believe. And so I will not. And we'll see what happens now. So there's no trade for me yet. I think I got that point out there. I hope. There's an A signal. There's not a B here because it closed lower than the zone. And there's no trigger. Is it lovely? Yeah, but it's not a structured trade or a vetted trade for me. Obviously, with people that have got mean reversion trades going on here that are making money hand over fist today. So, what a lovely mean reversion day. The market is so random, isn't it? Just look here. Now, what would be required to be on this short? this one, penetrate the zone, and this one tick higher for the trigger, you know, or take your pick. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. This is where rearview mirror traders work their magic. And never put anything in advance, or I don't think. If there is somebody that does that, I'd be happy to know about them. It'd be great. I see that some of the fellas over in Static are talking about this Carmine guy, whatever his name is, debating whether he's a real deal or not. I have no clue. No, I don't even know the last name. So nothing on the table for me today so far. And here we are. This is the disadvantage of only having a couple of vetted trades. In my case, the IB trades. Once that presents, or if it goes away, then that's it. That's why I need to move on. I need to lock this in, which I'll talk about later around backtesting, and then move on to vetting the next setup, because I'm going to try my best to only trade vetted setups and follow the direction of Tom, from Tom B and Rod all the way up, to eliminate discretion pretty much, even though when you see their posts that they don't really do that. It's pretty disappointing to me, but how do you know? What's better, to be disappointed or make money? I don't know. Ah, man, I don't want to do that. Type it on the wrong keyboard. There we go. Well, where the hell am I? What's going on? Who's on third? I don't know. Interesting conversation about the authenticity of so many on the internet here. And nothing, you know, there's the A, there wasn't a B. I've gone through this before, so I'm not gonna keep rehashing the same thing over again. It's on the stream and there's timestamps. So there you go. Oh, maybe I should do that actually. I probably ought to start stamping the various signals. That might be kind of a good idea. Well, here we go now. What are we doing here? I'm busy typing and doing crap all over the place. And now we approach the high again. Pretty classic mean reversion trades here. Pretty amazing, actually. You know, boom, 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 boom. Outside in, outside in. It's maybe maybe better here. What the hell? Oh, there we go. Quite divergent from the NQ. That's suspicious. What is going on here? Why aren't you moving like I tell you to? Ah, there we go. Did you notice that? For the sake of the stream, if IRT has been scrunched up like this, it will, even though it's showing active continuation in the charting, it's not. I widen that out and all of a sudden, boop, 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 we get the same action. My fault. Sorry about that. To myself. Clearly that's not an issue over here, but okay, wait a minute here. What's going on? Oh, yeah, okay. Sorry about that. Wait a minute here. Mm-hmm. Hey, Richard, morning. Non-farm payroll and some other numbers out this morning. Pretty crazy. I think they've got the scent of the all-time highs, so who knows? Who knows? Had an A signal this morning. Missed the B signal by this extension, and of course no trigger. Now I'm looking at the same situation here. Missed the B continuation trigger right here by just a tick. Would have had a, I'm not trigger, but the B signal, and then would have had a trigger down here for a long. So, you know, I'm just standing by, playing it out. I hope everything's good on your world. Everything remains as was over here. You know, everybody's in a padded room, I think, or should be. Now there's a trigger which should not be activated. I've got to see about that. This trigger should not fire because there's not a proper B anywhere. I gotta check into that signal marker. Am I showing you that? No. This signal right here is in the wrong spot. I was looking at these last night and I couldn't see the difference, but after a long day of this, my eyes started getting kind of crossed, and there you go. I don't have a B signal, and therefore I'm not taking this trigger, and it doesn't make sense to me. And so I've got to look at the specifics of it. I'm looking forward to the weekend here where I can, you know, get some exercise, get some fresh air, and look at this with fresh eyes. After standing here for, you know, 9 or 10 hours in the day, I don't find it hard to accept the fact that I missed something or made a mistake. I'm trying to mess with the code. Now, if this were a long signal, I hope that wasn't unmute. If this were a long signal here, I would be suspicious that my B rule was, rather than high between the continuation zones, equal to or between, you know? But that's not the case, so never mind. I'll go back over here and watch this. Now it's taken along. And I don't understand how this can be. It's short. The hell? I don't know how that signal can be happening. Something not right over here. So I'm gonna stand aside on this one until I can figure out what that's all about. Yeah, that's how that went short. There's the B signal, or no, there's the B signal. I need to be, when I do the replay, I'll see when that actually set, because that doesn't, where is it here? Oh, well. Best laid plans of mice and men. I never said I was a programmer. I'm just trying to muddle through here. But I feel a certain sense of satisfaction that it is completely transparent and hopefully helpful to somebody. Or at least, humorous entertainment. Watch the old guy. Well, there is the stop trigger, or the trailed and taken. Remember I said, I guess you probably don't remember, but I changed the parameters based on backtesting last night. You see how the stop trailed up? As soon as T1 was taken, the stop trailed to T1, and now it's been relieved, so it's 24 ticks on a 2-lot. That has proven by backtesting over 500 days and December and whatever else to be the most profitable approach using this system by a lot. Let me see here. All back tests, by the way. So yeah, there is the trail system over 500 days, 1,139 trades, win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, risk reward ratio, profit factor, consecutive winners, consecutive losers, and the total amount. Now you go up here and you don't see any of these micros that profitable. And after all, why are we doing this? Huh? And I'm looking at the wrong goddamn screen. Sorry about that. This is my worksheet for my back testing. These are all back tests. Sorry. I also started doing something new here, and that is I'm encoding, rather than a sequential number, I'm encoding the date so that I can go back and refer to when this crap happened. And I'm throwing some notes over here in my change up column to know what I was doing and why. Yeah, significantly more profitable than anything else. Over 495 days and 1,100 trades and on and on and on. So there you have it. So yeah, here's the trade, and I am not really clear why we're short here, other than the B and the trigger. But yeah, I'll confirm that. It usually always, let's be honest about it. I'm an old cowboy from Montana, and this is a computer, eh? And a fairly sophisticated system. So it takes these rules absolutely. Now, whether it makes sense to me or whether something presented itself with a signal marker or not, that's where the issue comes in. But it took this trade, and it did what I had pre-set it to do before the markets opened this morning, to, once T1 is achieved, to scale up. And that has proven to be the most successful strategy so far. So there you go. And it's not, rugged He-Man, whatever, but I'm in this to support myself and my family and make money. I'm not in this to impress anybody. Of course, once I have a lot of money, I'll get a lot of gold chains and a Ferrari, and I'll tell you something. Richard. I don't know if you've been paying attention or not, or been listening, and I certainly no reason that you should. But every day I die laughing at these pullback and continuation zone lines, which you and I both know I just arbitrarily put in here to start defining the initial balance trades. They are by no stretch of imagination or mathematical or predefined in any way. Look at how these lines every day, how price respects those lines, support and resistance. It is so funny to me, because that's the stock and trade of the internet bullshit, BS. I shouldn't swear, I guess, but it's so funny to me. It's pretty funny. Ha ha, funny. Okay. Would like to I wish I was confident enough to set IRT up to actually trade the account. I would love to watch, on micros, obviously, how it does. I wish I could figure out a way, and I cannot, but to get a timestamp on this V-pound variable. I wonder if there's a way to do that so that I could see exactly. I seem to struggle getting these session marker or signal markers to fire at the same time. That's what all this noise over here is about. For example, here's the example. This is an A. There's no question about it. There was not a B anywhere here. Signaled. The only bar that I see qualifying as a B trade or B signal, insofar as that it's, no, that's not true at all either. I was going to say would be here. I have to look at the rule again. Is it close or is it low? I believe it's low, if I'm not mistaken. Or high. And then the trigger. Would be great if could have a timestamp associated. It would be great if the signal marker worked, but if I can't seem to figure that out, if I can get this system to put a timestamp out on that V-pound change, that'd be great. That would help something. I'm sure that the system right here followed this correctly. Now why it didn't fire here is because it needed 2 bars going up. And why did the system not enter over here? Because there is a further context filter essentially based on a moving average, volume weighted moving average, that I can't figure out any other way to do it. But that's why there's a difference between the trigger and the entry. Because then that context filter becomes the last, brick in the wall, and when it falls, boom, goes a short. Now we'll keep seeing what's going on. Now this A is still active. right there. So if we get a continuation zone and a pullback, it will activate along. One of the things I've been thinking about a lot lately, at what point do I negate or invalidate signals? The simplest would be that once the system goes flat from a trade, then all signals are reset. As it is now, in the case of a short, only the short signals, the A, the B, and the trigger would be reset. The A would still remain, waiting for a B, waiting for a trigger. I don't know. Pretty complicated for an old guy. We'll see what happens now. My point being that there would be no signal, not expecting any trigger out of this, because there's not been an A or a B since this short went flat, or was concluded. Just thinking out loud. Remember, the only way I get my thoughts into the stream is this narration. Coming up with a basic idea and the parameters around it is the easy part. It's all the nuance and the what ifs, And in my opinion, the only way to systematically do it is to the only way to systematically do the what ifs or to optimize the system, as far as I'm concerned, is backtest. So, you set up the system and then you run the backtest and then you make a change, one change at a time. And then you run a backtest. Is it more profitable? Is it less profitable? If it's less, you go back to the original. If it's more, you could leave it. And note that this is just me trying to deal with the scientific process, It's a perfect example here. There's the original back test with no trail. There's the outcome. Here's with the trail. Nothing else differs. All else remains the same. And there's the difference. So it's an improvement, I believe. And I note what I did to change that. And then I would go on from there. I don't know if anybody knows a different way around this or a better approach or anything. I'm all ears, man. I am all ears. Can't think of anything else to do here. When are we going to have some sort of hoop-de-doo going? We got any kind of snooze on the horizon? Nothing scheduled now. They're all done. We're into the Baker Hughes rig counts and stuff. But, this young fellow has decided to start speaking at 10. This was very definitely not in the schedule this morning earlier, and we're going to have this big meeting at 1, and I actually have, I hope. No, I don't. Okay. going to say a snap of that, but it's in the stream as I do the pre-market. This guy would say crap tasted like ice, like chocolate if somebody told him to. I think it's scary, I think. Scary, I think. So that could have some impact on what we're doing here now. And then we've got the all-important 1300. Typically, I don't have these stops and targets on being plotted because I don't like the way those lines continue forever until the next trade. And I don't know how to fix that in IRT. I can change them or take them off, but this is kind of the reason I had this was to confirm in my own, confirm for myself visually that it was doing the trail, and that's what it did. And there you go. Let me see something else here, by the way. Come to think about it. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Here, hold on. T1, yeah, I know what it is now. I remember the entire setup. This is different than my typical risk. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Risk neutral setup here. There we go. I've changed the parameters now. It's not, T1 is not at 12 ticks. This is 12 ticks. T1 is at 24 ticks. The idea, and T2 would be down here, but it's only, unfortunately, I can only plot one at a time. Ooh, here we go. VPOC migration, high year, baby. Looky there. There we go. Ooh, there we go. VPOC migration. Oh, how exciting. There we are. There we go. Do I think we're going to get up here and smack the all-time highs? I think they can smell it. I think they can smell it. Well, who said what? Somebody said something. That's pretty for sure. Yes, I do, baby girl. Look at that. Yeah, Bissett or somebody said something there. That's for sure. Now, one more tick and we should get a B for this continuation off wherever it went. The A. Let's see if we do. Boo-boo. We should. I hope. There we go. And if you're taking notes on Bookmap, it's over here. So now if we get a pullback, this will be a long. Pull back to here should be a long. Whether that's going to happen or not, it's a whole other story. I don't know who said what, but this thing has got all-time high written all over it. Damn it. Well, this is the way it works, eh? Now, if we just get a drop back down to the trigger zone here, around the IB high, that would constitute a signal. And I would love that because I think they're going to smell, I think they're smelling for the all-time high up here, myself. And with what I think and, you know, what's really going to happen are pretty much two different things. Usually. Likely the bus has left the station. Or as the old song goes, when the train left the station, there were two lights on behind. This is where Monkey Boy can come out and play with you. Oh, get on there, take that trade, go long, it's got to go long. Well, it hasn't yet, and it isn't yet. If it does, I will try to as quickly as I can. I'm watching what's going on over here now and watching what's going over here now. This needs to get down here. Can it? This happened the other day. Here's one down and one up, and why it's flying through those zones happened yesterday also. Wasn't a harbinger of good outcome. Stand by here. What am I doing? I'm watching. Needs to be down. This is the trigger zone right here, the top trigger. This is the trigger zone. Need to get down into here, which is kind of scary because we just blew through it right here. And I hate it when they do that because equal possibility they're going to do this. Damn it, Janet. Train left the station, baby girl. That's what I'm thinking. Would have not particularly high hopes of this turning around and going my favor, going my way at this point. And I'm sure this is based on something that Dissent is talking about or, you know, whatever. Pretty amazing. Huh? The NASDAQ is it leading? Is it trailing? What's going on? Who's on third? I don't know. There's the all-time high, 1175. Look at them. Ooh, drooling. They're drooling, baby. be real careful. Be very aware of Monkey Boy. That's you know, all that stuff, all that baggage that we brought with us in our neural pathways from evolution or selective breeding or whatever you want to call it, that were kept us alive back in those days, but it's really counterproductive in trading. It's the FOMO, the fear of missing out, the want to be right, the revenge trade, the gonna make it back trade, all that stuff. Those are the killers. Gosh, that's disappointing, isn't it? So nothing. Obviously, nothing doesn't matter when you're backtesting 500 days. It takes eight seconds, and you see the results. This is the real life. This is what happens while you're making other plans. This is, and it's where FOMO can come in and get you, and all of those monkey mind things that people make so much money talking about, writing books about, and training, giving training, and speeches. And I'm not belittling the fact of trader psychology, and is really important, but it's a big income stream for a lot of people, as much so as rearview mirror trading on the internet, on YouTube or Twitter or Tom Hogarth. He's, Tom, best loser wins, guys. Most of his talking is about psychology, but he does trade live, and he's a real trader. Some of the others, I'm not so sure. Famous people, Brett Steenbacher, Dr. Brett Steenbacher. Famous psychologist, lots of books about trader psychology, paid a bunch of money by SMB Capital to give seminars or whatever they do. He does. I don't know if he can trade his way out of a wet sack, and maybe that doesn't matter. Mark Douglas, too, was a very, very prolific writer, and a lot of people, including me, found a lot of wisdom in what he had to say, but I don't think Mark Douglas could trade. If you read and listen to the book, he didn't try it early on, and I think he realized that he would go into books instead. And that's, the old adage, those who can do and those who can't teach. I don't know if that even applies, but you get the point. I would certainly love to have them drop down in and get a signal, and I would put it on long and go out and have my breakfast. That'd be pretty great. Or brunch, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, Bassett, what did you have to say, you sneaky devil, you? What did you have to say, Mr. Big Shot? I don't know. Doggone it. That little notch right there is, of course, it's at the pullback zone, so it's, you know, that's valid level. The continuation zone. Either. Now, what I could do is just throw a order down here and go eat. You know, that's also another very viable option. The problem what I am trying to avoid is I want to be sure the system and I are on the same page. I want to see a trigger on the system over here. I want to see the reverse of that, which would be a trigger down here. And then the system take a trade like that. At which point I would go Yahoo Buckaroo and enter long. If I put more than one time I have gotten out of sync, you know, or you know, FOMO boy has gotten a hold of me and I've jumped the gun, like trading to the statistic rather than wait until it's been hit. I don't think I got that one out there yet this morning, but that's real important. And it ended up taking a stop, and the system didn't take the trade or waited and took the trade properly, and then made money. Nada, huh? Not a piñata? Well, isn't that a bummer? And here we approach lunch. Just hate that. 12 to 1 period of time. I have a real bad opinion of that thing. Well, the smell of that food is killing me. This guy typing War and Peace or what? Damn it. Damn it, Janet. Pullback and retest or bar trades, they call this setup. This is a consolidation, pullback, retest, pullback, you know, or breakout, retest, bar trade, breakout, retest. Gonna take it up, and they're aiming for that all-time high, sure as the damn world. This is where people get FOMO'd in, you know, jumping on a long, taking a long on a breakout. And I don't typically take a breakout trade. Yeah, this is going the other way now. They're not going to come back for me. The train has left the station. That's disappointing. I would have liked to have been on that for a lot of reasons. Disappointing. I wonder if I can take my phone out with me. I think I probably can. What am I doing now? There we go. So we'll see if I can monitor the stream from my phone. Other side of the house. There you go. Well, that's working out pretty good. I can monitor this on my phone and roam around. Looking for the trigger, of course, and approaching noon, which is always extremely trepidatious for me. I really wish maybe there is somebody at IRT. I don't know. I would love to have IRT set up so that I was confidently let it trade this account to forward test just to see. But I don't know anybody there I can really reach out to that's Chad Payne used to be send him an email and you'd instantly have a dialogue or even call him. I've even talked to him on the phone many times. And hopefully he's moved on to, hopefully he got enough, chips to retire and living a great life. I hope. That was one really nice guy. And really competent. Well, drop down there, tag. Now we got to drop all the way down to here. Don't forget the trigger zone. So we have the A, we have the B. We need the trigger zone for the IB continuation long, which is the direction I would be much more prone to trade, in the direction of the all-time high, etc., etc., etc. Stuff I've said ad nauseum already, and look at them. They're saying, no thanks, dude. All right, back to the drawing board. Well, now what? Let's see what we're going to get now. Is Mr. Big still talking? Bostic is speaking. NFP. I guess he's done. Oh, so January 14th is going to be the next opinion day on the tariffs. I don't see. God, and he's talking too. Jesus, criminy. They're trotting him out there today. They must be really trying to get something going. Who knows what? Well, they couldn't get her below that notch. The notch in the handle, that low volume node right there. So, likely I'm screwed. Not screwed, but left behind. And so that's where you have to continually monitor yourself. I do, because I'm aware of Monkey Boy. You know? Would I like to be on a long, heading into the all-time highs? Yeah. Am I bored with standing here, you know, being patient and exercising self-control, not taking these kinds of trades? Of course, so's everybody, I think. But that's not the point. The point is that this is my business and I'm going to do this way. So when Monkey Boy gets all spooled up, I try to be real continually aware of the here and now. And when I feel, you know, Monkey Boy starting to yap, or put him out in the backyard. Tell him to go play in the street. That's, I don't know. No, that's my whole thinking about psychology. Sorry about that. I hit the wrong mute button and then sneezed. Oops. Back to the kitchen, I guess. Any one of these could be valid entries, but they're not mine. So they are. There you have it. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, what's happening now? I'm mad. Yeah, disappointing. I would say the foregone conclusion, the all-time high is going to fall, and I'm standing here watching. Quite disappointing that the market has gone off and left me. Hate it when she does that. But, you know, here you are. The joy of trading. Hey Ron, how you doing? I'm not sure. Yeah, there's been 2 or 3 good moves at VPOC migration if you trade those. I'm sticking to my signal thing, so trying to trying to hold the line on, sticking to what I said I was going to do. Very disappointing, though. We're going to take this all-time high here in another freaking minute, and I'm down here picking my nose. It's just irritating. Been missing the trigger signal by just a little bit. The joy of trading. Pretty darn disappointing. Pretty darn disappointing, man. It's pretty much out of my wheelhouse now. The trigger's down here. And so should it retrace that far, I would be a little apprehensive where exactly it was going after that, but we'll see. And I've got nothing going on up here, so this is the reason it's important to have more than one or two vetted trades, so you can take opportunities as they present. Or you're a good, gunslinger and just get out there and have at it. Yeah, if they don't take the all-time high now, today I'd be pretty flabbergasted, wouldn't you? Just pretty darned amazing. Here's the one system trade over here this morning, following the trail rule, which I back tested and shows the most profitability, so I guess that's why I'm in the game. And no, there was the A, there's the B, no trigger, nobody left on third. Need to come down to the trigger zone here to validate that entry long. We get down here, I would be real apprehensive that they're not going to tag out POC or lower. I would have to take the trade because that's the commitment, but it would be not a warm, fuzzy feeling, shall we say. Well, I'd say I'm probably screwed here today, but that's not unusual. I guess that's kind of trading. If you're trying to stick to a system, or stick to my word, let's put it that way. Well, here we are again. I'm disgusted. I don't like this heading into the noon hour story. I've said that more than once, but I'm sure I probably will again. Well, I hope you got in down the road there on that VPOC migration, Ron. So you're scaled, or if you do that. I'm going to, let's just have a look, see. Oh, wait, there's going to be a big risk potential at 1300. So that's something to keep your eye on. That's something to keep your eye on. Right. Oh, they moved it. Well, I'll be darned. This was a high impact red alert in financial juice, whatever that means. I mean, it was like this right here. I assumed that meant it had more impact than just a blue one, but perhaps not. So that's changed. But that's at 13:30. And what else do we have here? Michigans are out. Bassett is through, saying his piece. Barking is barking. And we're getting a sell-off down here now. Somebody said something nobody likes. Somebody said something right there, I'm assuming. Right into 12 o'clock as usual. Dogs, you dirty dogs, you. Do. Dirty dogs. That's what happened day before yesterday. Ended up a stop. Same exact story and timing, pretty much. Get through this slow volume area here. Trigger zones are here. You know, beat the hell out of me. I'll be real. I'm going to monitor very closely the system over here based on the new and improved idea. See if we get a trade as is indicated here. We're approaching the trigger zone, but I want to see what happens. And then I'll take it. Got potential IBC trigger setting up here. Notice anything about the candles or about the bars? I bet the ATR is 1, very definitely less than 2. 175. Volume's okay, but the ATR is slammed down from 6 or 575 to 175. That's the precursor, in my opinion, for retail soup. You know? Important to keep an eye on those kinds of things. In my opinion. Oh, well, maybe it would help if I showed you the right screen. ATR, $1.50. It's 1.5 points or 6 ticks per 1 minute bar. Well, I got a case of the sneezes there. So are we going to get this signal out of here, or what are we going to get? I don't know. Who's on third? Be real careful about these bars and these signals, I think. We're going to get that signal here pretty quick from the looks of it. Excuse me while I'm having a sneeze on here. Got lower highs and lower lows off the noon hour. Never a good thing as far as I'm concerned. I would consider a the system has not taken a signal yet. There, it is throwing the trigger, so, you know, all eyes, all hands on deck, and there we go. There is a signal. Now, will I take that? Do I put a resting order at the signal bar? What do I do? Who's on third? I think they're going to go lower with it myself, but that's just me. Probably being paranoid. I hate the noon hour story, to be honest with you. I have a real predisposed dislike of that. And that's right at 9,900. 7,000-ish. No real low volume below us. Well, now the system's going to take its trade and be all happy about it. And I'm going to be not all happy about it. So let's see where it goes. If it gets down around the IB high, I'll enter mechanically here. Am I on bookmap? No. There we go. This is what I'm watching here, this noise. And this. Desperately, dangerously close to the POC, isn't it? So this would be basically taken along off the POC. I don't think that's a good idea. This calls for a handful of arugula. Or rocket, as it's known in Asia. when we get that T1, there's the scale, and now there's the scale, and there's the stop. T1, T2 way up above. That's not working right there. That's looking at the close. No, that is correct, and then there's the close, so it is definitely already out of the trade. Playing with that new trailing stop idea, as I've mentioned earlier. So far it's 60 points or 60 ticks today. There's 2 trades, and both of them to that target. Just come in for me. The system has taken 2 trades. It's flat, both winners, and now it needs to reprocess all signals because they've all been reset. What do I do? What would I do? That's a question I'm not sure how to answer, actually. The other day, we had a similar situation, and it ended up trading all the way across the damn value, across the range to the other side, whichever day that was. Here, I believe, yeah. And here. Open, close now. I think what I will do is chalk up the two trades I didn't take to my error and fall back in cadence with the system. Not override with my imagination that I'm going to have a signal here, another signal here, and it's, you know, been done, I guess. Just thinking out loud here. Just thinking out loud. So happy about that. I don't know why that one chart does that all the time, but if it's doing it to piss me off, it's really doing a good job of it. And in the minute, IRT has a problem with, my machine does, or something does. This would be another signal. Right there. And I'm not going to take that. I'll be the first to say that. What would be required now is to trade down through here somewhere, back up through another initial balance, then a pullback or continuation signal, and then trigger and Bob's your uncle. Disappointing, I'll tell you that. I'm going to see what kind of progress I can make having IRT actually trade the system. I'm not sure why I even care about that, but I do. The system has been vetted by me over 500 days repeatedly. And it's viable, you know. It is a vetted system. I should just shut the shit up and take it. Just trade it and move on. Start betting another one. Antonio's suggestion was VPOC to, no, VWAP to VPOC. Lower highs, lower lows. Oh, I actually have that over here. Fractals. Boop. Higher high. And I've got it set so that it's not picking up any of the others yet. I'm trying everything I can think of to figure out a way to align with context. Now, had I taken that IB bounce right there, long IB, thinking I was a wizard. And maybe they'll rip it right up to the new all-time high. Who the hell knows? One of the setups that I am actually really thinking about is a 3-bar reversal. It's amazing how often those things certainly have a potential. Right there's a perfect example. Can't really use Bookmap to do it, but pretty easy to write the code, I think, to figure out the rules. That's something I'll think about. Now I'm thinking about I wish I'd have gone long. There's the all-time high, and aren't I glad I wasn't on it? Pretty much not. Well, that does it for me. Well, there you go. That's what I get for thinking the safest time to dodge the ball is at the 12 to 1 time. And did I ever miss that one? Huh? Oh, well. It happens, doesn't it? Pretty disappointing, though. Well, what happened now? Every time I go away, something happens. That's pretty obvious. That was one hell of a bump there, wasn't it? And I didn't take that one. Well, there we are, new all-time high. Donald Trump is right again. Every time he predicts them, they give them to him. Pretty cool. Must have powers. Or something. So where in the heck am I now? I'm not any place. Well, everybody over at Static has done quite well today, apparently. Rod was in a trade for a little better than 3 hours. 3 hours and 16 minutes. He held that trade to his profits. What a nice move. Portugal? In Portugal? Okay, that was fun. Now, where am I? Okay. I'm not going to bother with the back test story. I do that every day. I don't think it's needed to be gone over every day. Suffice to say that this is the back test system. For the initial balance trades, this is the chart actively being traded by the system at this time, only within the simulated environment of IRT. So I'm not going to jeopardize my live AMP futures trading account over here. System took 2 trades a day. I'm experimenting with, as you can see, a trailing stop, so that when price gets to T1, it trails up, and to 12 ticks, it trails up. T1 is at 24 ticks, and T2 is at 48. So I was seeing that. That seems to be the best so far, the best backtest results over something. Why is that doing that? This is kind of weird. Oh, anyway. These are all back tests. Each one of these lines represents a complete back test of the system. 493 days, 600 trades, 1,100 trades, 1,000 trades. Each one of these are days. And down here, here's December. Do anything I want to do. And the back test that I was doing last night and early this morning on this exact idea were right here, and this is a basically the basic risk neutral package with no trailing, and then the risk neutral package with trail at 12 and 12. There's the results for that at $19,980 whatever it is dollars, and then I will do another based on in a minute after the day's closed. I'll do another one based on the current idea, which if you want to bear with me, you can probably figure out. This is where I'm able to easily change various parameters, which are by setting VPOC variables that will have impact in many other rules within the system. But there's the stop at 12 ticks. There's a T1 at 24 ticks. T2 at 48 ticks. The trail triggers at 12 ticks, and it trails up to 12 ticks. So in other words, when price gets to 12 ticks, stop trails to 12 ticks. 24 ticks is T1, 48 ticks is T2. That particular trade has, let's see something here. There's 500 days. Okay, let's look at that quickly while we're standing here doing nothing. Few minutes until the I'll do the recap and the stuff here in the next 15 minutes. So there you are. There is that exact trade with those parameters that you just watched and witnessed over 495 days. That's 218,889 bars. Took 8 seconds to run that back test. And here are the results. Come on. It doesn't like to do this stuff while the market is still live, and it's thinking. Come on. IRT, please. I don't get it. This computer's fairly powerful. There we go. There we are. Okay, so there's 855 winning trades, 285 losers, 3384 and 2943. There's 1141 trades total. That pretty much adds up, I think, as it should. So that's profitable 74% win rate and 1.15 risk to reward R multiple. And then here are each and every one of those 1,100 trades and the results right there. Oh, there you go. And it's obvious that the majority are taken out at the stop, at the 12 ticks. You can see that clearly. There's a winner. There's a winner, T2 and T3. I mean, T1 and T2. There's a loser. I mean, a loser or a stop. And these are all at the at the T1. Not the T1, but the 12 tick on the trail. And there's all 1,100 of them here, so I'm not going to bother doing that or bother you doing that, but that's where we are. Okay, I'll fix that up later. Here we are. What to say? They traded it up. They got their new all-time high. And there's, champagne corks all around. And pretty flat top. Still have room to go at the top. Won't be today, but it'll be tomorrow, Sunday, I would imagine. Look at that. Does it look to you like the auction finished here? No. Me too. Me also. Same thing over here. And here's our micro composite, which is, let's see if I'm doing something here. Whatever. Micro composite and my higher time frame chart. This is a RTH session only. Daily candlesticks, wherever they overlap. Price, I pull a volume profile around them. We get a volume micro composite POC, high and low volume nodes, which push to bookmap. Market profile. Session prices also push to bookmap. Let's see what we're doing for volume and stuff, for grins. Volume's holding up, and ATR continues to drop. Earlier today, around noon, when I stepped away, it was about 1.5, 175. It was up around 6 early on. This is points per 1 minute candle. The real biggie is here's our news. We've had all of the reports today. What's going to happen next week? Oh, here we go. Monday, we got the 10-year note auction. Tuesday, look at here. Core CPI. These are all rate margin increase from the overnight through the number in the morning by the CME and my broker AMP. 30-year bond auction. Big day. Tuesday. Wednesday, we've got core retail. Existing home sales. Another big day. And Thursday, initial jobless, Philly Fed. Friday, a snooze. These are, both of these news sources. This is investing.com. It's free. You can pay for it if you want to. You can filter it for anywhere in the world you are, reports you're interested in. You've just watched me do next week, this week, you can do earnings. And this is financial juice, which is not, in my opinion, I don't like the format of the calendar. I prefer investing.com. However, this does have they pull these non-revenue potential disruptions to the market, or these data points into this calendar, which I appreciate. Now at 1450, we're going to have the market on close imbalance over here. So let's take a look at that. And here we are. There was my big opportunity that I stood here and missed, being a wussy poo. Well, not really. I was trading my system, and my system didn't signal. This was not trade location for me because it was a signal, but it was not a trade. I didn't take the trade because of the VPOC right here. And it was clearly the way to go. There you are. So there we have it. We'll have the market on close in 30 seconds. And then it's Friday night, baby. TGIF. Welcome to 2026. Let's get that out of the way. Trump to CEOs. You'll be very physically and financially safe. I don't think any of this is going to end well. Exxon, we're ready to put a team on the ground. We can hit their ground running the next couple of weeks. Well, we'll see what happens. We tipped over a country to take their oil. Not so great, huh? Market on close imbalance. There's what the market thinks about it. 1,157,000,000 sell side S&P. 647 million sell side NASDAQ 100. Dow 30, 336 million sell side. And the Mag 7, 282 million sell side. Sell side imbalance across the board. Imagine 1,157,000,000 S&P 500 contracts at $12.50. Imagine what every one of those ticks means. Wow. So I guess we can't expect. So we're going to protect militarily, I guess, and financially oil people that go down there. But I wonder if that is, can we do that? I thought we were trying to balance the budget and, stuff like that. I don't know. That seems like quite a huge expenditure to the profit of oil companies. No, I'm pretty sure I must be missing something there. So there you have it. It's Friday afternoon. Remember that you are the most important. A little early there. You're the most important or critical machine you have in your trading office. It's you. So you need to take care of yourself. Be rested, be hydrated, stay healthy, have a balanced life. Rest your eyes. That's probably the most important thing you've got going for you because that's what takes in all of the data. Better have them. And then your brain processes it all to make trades that affect the financial state of your family and you, so. Yeah, he's talking about Greenland and Venezuela and Iran, and he's got them all figured out. Well, good for you there, Mr. Trump. Dr. Don, this is why you need to stay away from, especially those kinds of events here that are pulled into the calendar on Financial Juice. You know, there's philanthropy of stuff going on there, and there we have it. Have a great weekend. Every trading day, 8 o'clock in the morning, pre-market, set up this, all the setup of both Bookmap and IRT and statistics, et cetera, and then live trade the entire day, the full session, full accountability, full transparency. And if it would be helpful to have these session prices, I push them starting every Sunday night at 1700 through 1600 today on Friday, and I'm happy to share them free. Just let me know in the chat, and I'll hook you up. Yes, sirree. Well, that's pretty disappointing on my side, but what are you going to do? When you have a plan and you stick to it, you need to be secure and okay with the fact that that's what's going to be the plan. Of course, FOMO and all those things are, disappointing when you miss them. But it is what it is. Damn thing. Oh, IRT, you're just having so much trouble. So have a great holiday or weekend. Not a holiday anymore, thank God. About 2.5, 3 minutes, and this market is a done deal. I'll get these stats put in for my back test, and that'll be kind of cool. Right back down to, can that be true? We back down to heading back down to the, no. Here's IBI. This is the profit target. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. All right. That makes better sense. The green line here threw me off. Typically, I don't have these targets and stop lines and stuff on here for the trades because that's exactly why they confuse me and it clutters the place up. But I wanted to see if the trailing stops were trailing as I had expected them to. Typically, I do this. I just don't have those visible. There you go. Looks like that. There. Bit easier on my eyes. So this was a full stop. And this one scaled to the 12 points, 12 ticks. Okay. Disappointing day, but hey, stuck to my guns, traded the trade. This is working. The A, B, and C seems to be working out okay, so that's pretty cool. Have a great weekend. Get away from the screens. Do something for yourself, your eyes. I'm going to probably go wash my face and relax until 3, and then shut this mess down and go for my 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever it is mile jaunt. Been trying to do that every day, and I do 10 miles or so on Sunday, but I've been looking at 3 to 5 or 3 to 4 or something like that every day to keep things balanced. Have a great day. Great weekend. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Smack a thumbs up and a sub on the way out the door, and I'd appreciate that. About 15 seconds in, kaboom, bang, shabam, and that's the bag it down. That's the end of it. That is the close of the stream and the cash session. See you again on Monday morning at 0800. There we have it. 7 hours and 6 minutes. Yay, me. Thanks, guys. See you, Rich.